सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Again, before entering into today's satsang, I wanted to remind all the devotees around the world who are sitting with us now live, please sit in Padmasana and Samana Mudra. Sit in a deep, restful awareness, in unclutched mood. Today's subject, the power of your mind. Today we will be entering into the 104th Sutra of Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. In the second chapter, 53rd verse. Dharanasucha yogyata manasaha. Dharanasucha yogyata manasaha. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as the mind becomes fit for dharana. Swami Prabhavananda translates as the mind gains the power of concentration. Swami Satchidananda translates as and the mind becomes fit for concentration. And Osho translates this as and then the mind becomes fit for concentration. But when Osho explains, he goes one step deeper and he says, the word dharana means the capacity to contain, capacity to become womb, capacity to become a womb. Let me try to give my experience, my version of this great sutra, this great truth. Dharanasucha yogyata manasaha. Now, after the inner covering is removed, after the veil which covers the inner light is removed, your mind becomes capable, it becomes ready, it becomes fit to express all it carries inside. Please understand. From this sutra, Patanjali is going to explain the extraordinary mystical dimensions of life. He is not just talking about physical health, mental health. No. He is talking about now extraordinary capabilities expressing through your body and mind. So he is taking us to a non-return mystical zone. A zone where the mysticism is a living science, a lifestyle, way of living. So first, you understand the laws of the life and you raise your coherence to the highest possible conscious coherence. Then balancing your body, preparing your muscle memory to radiate consciousness, then awakening the ability to absorb prana without breathing. Now your mind is ready to express whatever it carries in its womb. Please understand, dharana means the capacity to express what it carries. It is not just concentration, no. For example, if you see the Indian farmers, how they take the water to their crops, they will make a canal and they will cover it. When they need to send water to a particular portion, only that portion, that covering they will remove. Removing the covering does not mean just removing a little bit of mud. It means flooding the water inside. Same way, dharana does not mean just concentration of mind. No. Opening up to release all it carries in itself in the seed form. So the word dharana need to be understood in a very deeper way. If you are able to absorb energy without breathing, breathing without thinking, the inner cover which covers your inner light, that veil is lifted, removed. Now your mind is capable of expressing all it carries in seed form in itself. Your mind is everything. Please understand, your mind is everything. You do not know the powers of your mind. Your mind can just like that create any world you want, just like how it creates any dreams it wants within few seconds. It can just put you in different state of consciousness altogether within few seconds and show a different world in front of you. See how you are dreaming. All it takes is just 2 seconds and you fall into the dream. You fall into that unconscious state and you start dreaming. Yesterday one of our brahmacharini was asking, Swamiji, how do you raise us to such high states just like that and awaken the kundalini? For you to fall asleep and fall into the dream state, how much time it takes? Just few seconds. See, when you create an ambience, that low, dim light, darkness, and the body resting, cooperating for the sleeping mood. When your body cooperates and the ambience is right, you fall asleep just in few seconds. In few seconds the mood changes and you express the dream world of which you wanted. Same way, I create an ambience for you where your body is cooperating, steady, comfortable, and ready to raise to the different level. Just push you into that level. And your state of consciousness differs, and the things you express differs. Through awakening the Kundalini, I push you into the different state of consciousness. Now, if you understand the science little deeper, you can express whatever you want from your mind through dharana. Please understand. Understand the science of sleep. You will understand the science of dharana. What is sleeping? First, your state of consciousness should become different other than which you are now. It becomes almost dull. You become unaware of this body and slip into some state. After you slip in that state, your mind enters into a kind of a negative dharana where it starts expressing whatever it wants. That is what is dream. Now, the same thing I am doing it in opposite direction. I am raising you to the higher states of awareness, altered states of consciousness. In that state, if you consciously decide, you can take out anything you want from your mind. Just like how when you fall into unconsciousness, you can project anything you want as dream and live. When you are raised to consciousness, you can project anything you want and live. The science and ability to project anything you want and enjoy is dharana. Please understand. The causal body, where all engrams are stored, all possibilities of mind is stored, is available to you when you fall asleep or when you raise to a higher state of consciousness. When you fall asleep because of your unconscious, some useless engrams comes out, and you project something and see, that doesn't leave a big impact on your physical life, this plane. But when you raise your awareness, same causal body comes under your control, but anything you take out of causal body consciously becomes reality even in this plane. That is the difference between falling asleep and dreaming and raising the awareness and projecting what you want to project. Difference between sleeping and dharana. We may think, if sleeping is useless, then why should we enter into dharana? In sleeping and dreaming, when you come back, it doesn't leave a much big impact on your real life. Or what do you think as real life? But when you raise the consciousness through Kundalini and awaken those dharana powers and come down, that creates a tremendous impact on your whatever you call as real life. Please understand. I am so happy. Just today morning I was contemplating on this sutra. I realized the greatness of the Siddhas, Patanjali, the I am feeling they are taking us all through. Whatever I am talking is becoming reality in this whole batch. When I spoke about this breathing without thinking, I saw hundreds around the world experiencing it. When I spoke about absorbing prana without breathing, I saw hundreds experiencing it. Now, when I am talking about expressing capacities of your mind, I am seeing very clearly, many of you are ready now to be pushed into the space of dharana and start expressing the powers of the mind, capacities of the mind. I am seeing very clearly. By the time I complete these techniques on dharana, at least few hundred will be experiencing these great powers like materializing, teleporting, or seeing the future, giving intense healing to people's engrams itself. I am able to see the Siddhas, great Siddhas, including Patanjali, are all here. When you fall unconscious and whatever your mind expresses is called dream. When you are in conscious, whatever your mind expresses is called creativity. When you raise to superconscious and whatever your mind expresses is called higher worlds, that capacity to express is what is called dharana. Patanjali talks about hundreds of techniques to express special, unique things. Please understand, when you fall unconscious, whatever you express does not leave big impact on your conscious life. When you are in conscious, whatever you express creates your life. When you are in superconscious, whatever you express not only creates your life, creates the life of whatever you want to whomever you want. When you know the science of dharana, you become kalpadaru. Whoever asks whatever, just like that, have it. You will have it. It will happen. Now in next few days, I will continue to push all of you to the superconscious state. Means the highly raised mitochondria level. That is what is superconscious state. Highly raised mitochondria level. Almost like explosion in every system. Then you will learn the science of dharana, expressing whatever you want. When you enter into the altered states of consciousness, means higher states of consciousness, any idea you create can become reality. The capacity to create the right idea and making it into reality, that science is what is called dharana. Dharana is not just concentration. Concentration is like removing the mud. If you say that, the example I gave, that farmer who floods the water into his land, he removes a small mud. If you say, farmer removed the small mud, will it do true to the whole action happened? No. Same way, if you say dharana is concentration, it will not do true to the whole action happening. It's only a poor translation of one dimension. You will have to say, farmer is flooding his land with water by removing that small obstruction or removing the little mud. Only then what has happened will be told, translated, properly conveyed. Same way, dharana should be translated as the capacity to create, express and make into reality of the extraordinary capabilities of your mind, which is there in it in seed form, is dharana. I'm seeing we became experiential mystery school. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, radiate, express and share the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Mahadeva is giving very powerful technique. Understand? You can practice this in your everyday life. This is a meditation technique. It's not a teaching. Please do not understand this as a teaching. If it is a teaching, then you will start practicing little by little. You will fix a goal. This is the goal of my renunciation. And from today I will practice little by little, little by little. No. If you take this as a teaching, you will mess up and miss. No. It's a technique. It is a technique to be done as it is. I have seen many people taking this kind of techniques as a teachings. Big difference between teaching and technique. Teaching means lifestyle. Technique means the experience which changes your lifestyle. Teaching is like a coat. You can just put on one more coat and brag about. Technique is your very being. It will change it. It will transform it. Here, he says, when some desire arises, consider it. Whenever a desire arises in you, just see. Don't judge as a right or wrong. See. Give the desire enough inner space. Once you see it, suddenly, before even your mind argues, unclutch. Don't allow any of your arguments. Don't allow mind coming out in the other door and saying, no, little bit. What will happen to this? What will happen to that? No. Don't even allow the mind to come up with some arguments. Understand? Shiva is speaking to a different kind of personalities and different kinds of people. The today's technique is for a true seeker who is serious about enlightenment. I have seen different kinds of seekers who are very happy only to talk about it, never to work for it. Who are little courageous to take one or two steps, but not to go with it. Very few guys, courageous ones. I call them Dhira. Dhira means courage to travel, courage to live it. Courage to leave everything else. Today, Mahadeva is talking. Mahadeva is giving techniques for that kind of intelligent, energetic, courageous people. He gives techniques for all kinds of people. First level, who are just interested in talking, but not doing about it. Second level, who are interested in talking and taking one or two steps, but not more than that. And the true seekers. He gives techniques for every level. But this is the technique for the people who are tired of being cunning. If you are tired of being lazy, if you have suffered enough with your dilemma, if you have suffered enough with your mind, then this is technique for you. If somebody is, people come and tell me, Swamiji, what you teach is really wonderful, amazing truth. But how to practice? I am not so mature to practice these great truths as it is. Then I tell them, suffer a little more and come back. The truth as it is, the truth as the truth just transforms, just makes you completely a different being. Whenever some desire arises in you, consider it, see it, witness it, understand it. Suddenly, before your mind is ready with arguments, unclutch from it. It's a very powerful technique. Very powerful technique. When you suddenly unclutch, a quantum jump will happen in you. If you are announcing step by step, you will never achieve the reality, enlightenment. No. You will never achieve the reality, enlightenment. No. Step by step, never growth happens. Enlightenment is either now or never. Complete yes or complete no. Never happens step by step. Never point by point. Never like a degree. No. Never like a gradual process. Powerful technique which you can use it every day. Even when you sit morning, if you feel the hunger or thirst, desire to drink water, food, just sit with the desire. Consider it. Don't say right or wrong. Just unclutch. Before your mind brings up any argument, you may ask, then I should not eat or what? That is secondary. When you are really hungry, when it goes beyond unclutching, you will simply eat. That is different. But this unclutching can surely reduce the number of times and the quantity which you eat. Any desire, whether it is about anger, desire to express your anger, or desire to express your lust, desire to express anything, or desire for some object, just sit, consider the desire, and suddenly, before even your mind is ready, unclutch from it. Unclutch from it. Shiva is giving so many wonderful methods for so many different kinds of beings. The today's technique is for powerful, intense, courageous seekers who are tired of their same way of living, who are really tired of dilemmas, who have suffered enough with their mind, who have lived enough, and who understand the cunningness of their mind. This technique is for them. This technique is for those courageous few living beings. Suddenly decide, when you consider a desire, suddenly decide that you will unclutch over and do not allow the arguments and just be with that unclutched space. See what happens to you. See what happens to you. Maybe now for a few minutes we can sit effortlessly and try how we are able to practice this, how we are able to internalize this. Understand, This technique is not even to be practiced every day. No. This is supposed to be practiced effortlessly, internalized effortlessly. Suddenly at one day, you will unclutch. From the very desire of holding on to this body, you will just unclutch. Now, close your eyes for a few minutes. I'll guide you how to consider the desires and how to suddenly unclutch from it before your mind brings any argument. Please close your eyes. Sit in a relaxed way. If some desires are arising in you, maybe desire to open your eyes or desire to move your body, any desire, just see that desire. Don't judge. There may be so many desires. Do not witness. Do not judge. Do not say right or wrong. Do not suppress. Om Nithyanandam. Relax. Slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. Try, whenever you are caught by strong emotions or strong desires, just sit with it. Don't judge. Don't say right or wrong. Consider it and suddenly unclutch from it without even allowing your logic to question, to come up. When you unclutch, you will see the truth in you. Next few days also we'll have every day evening programs. We will see the different meditation techniques and methods by Mahadeva, Shiva. This book is the ultimate book. Each day, new dimension, new techniques, new methods open up. So, try not to miss it. Let you all experience person who reads the sutra, Yogaha Chitta Vritti Nirodha, yoga is stopping the mind, work for stopping the mind, is a teacher. Then he will give you the technique, how to stop. And the whole life, you and he both will be struggling to stop the mind. And finally, either you will lose confidence on you or confidence on him. Land up in a big mess. Master is a person who straight away makes that very understanding as Patanjali expressed and makes the Savigalpa happen in you. Let's look into the Patanjali's consciousness. What he felt when he uttered this word, Nirodha, spontaneous disappearance of mind. As I told you, mind is not a linear movement. Don't think there is one thought, then there is next thought, there is the next thought, there is next thought. As long as you think mind is a linear movement, you will only end up in more and more struggles and sufferings and finally denial mode. You will get into the denial mode.
of your failures. Mind is not linear. So the word stopping does not make any sense. If you understand the word Nirodha as a stopping, it makes you feel like mind is linear. That is why Patanjali said no. But the Nirodha word means different. It means spontaneous disappearance. Then, what is mind? How spontaneous disappearance can happen? What really Patanjali meant when he used the word Nirodha? Yogaha chitta vritti nirodha. Let us understand that. I'll give you a simple diagram, simple drawing, for you to understand what is mind. Mind is not linear like this, so that you can just put a barricade, stop it, you are a yogi. No. Mind let me exactly present the visualization what Patanjali taught when he used the word yogaha chitta vritti nirodha. Understand this example, this visualization. There is an ocean. Few fishes are jumping randomly, spontaneously, for no reason. Those few fishes are the random thoughts you continuously get. Unfortunately, you cannot look at the scene as it is. You want to make meaning out of everything. If you see a rose, you want to make a meaning out of it. If you see a moon, you want to make meaning out of it. If you see a light, you want to make a meaning out of it. Please understand, when you see a rose, you just don't directly enjoy or perceive it. You start thinking, oh, it's beautiful. It's a rose. Then all the roses you received in your life or you gifted in your life, the memories comes. Then the mood associated with receiving or giving the rose. Then the reactions of receiving or giving the rose. By the time you are out of rose. Same way with the moon. With anything, you do not perceive as it is. Very beautifully, J. Krishnamurti says, when the perception happens without the interference of the mind, you are free from what you perceive. Freedom from knowing and the knower and the known is freedom. It's a very important truth, but powerful truth. Understand, your mind is like an ocean where few fishes are spontaneously jumping, randomly jumping, because you do not have awareness, patience to look at it as it is. You connect those fishes and try to create a picture. Let me give you the plan. This is the plan of the mind. Means from the top view. The top view of the mind I am trying to present. Then I will give you the front view and side view. Top view of the mind. Ocean. One fish just jumps here. One fish jumps from here. One fish jumps from here. One fish jumps from here. These are the random thoughts. You can look into your mind. If you just sit 5 minutes with your mind and pen down whatever is happening, you will see it is a random, spontaneous, unconnected, illogical, independent thoughts happening. Suddenly you will see, wow, cold evening, hot bhaji will be really nice. No, I should go to Madurai and see my parents. It will be really nice if I stay in the ashram. No, the family needs to be taken care. If you just look inside, the thought which is happening continuously has no logical connection. Just 5 minutes, if you do this experiment, whatever comes inside, pen down as it is, but never show it to others. People will be frightened. Just pen down as it is. You will see it is completely illogical, independent, irrelevant, irresponsible, unconnected, and unclutched from each other by its nature. By its very nature, thoughts are not connected because they are happening randomly. There is no logic between why this fish is jumping, why this fish is jumping, what height this fish is jumping, why it immediately went back into the water. But we don't feel comfortable looking at anything as it is happening. As we are not established in pure awareness, we somehow want to make meaning out of this. Then we start creating a rectangle. Trying to create the rectangle between the different spontaneous random movements of the fish is what I call mind. Please understand, mind is not the movements of the fish, random movements of the fish. Mind is you trying to connect something and make something out of it. When you try to make something out of random movements happening inside you, you create mind. It is the second layer illusion. Please understand. The first layer illusion is this fishes jumping. The second layer illusion is trying to make something concrete out of this random spontaneous movement. Anybody who understands from the second layer illusion and relaxes himself, he is called udasi, liberated, taking things simply. It's okay. Please understand. As long as you trust these diagrams which you make out of these fish movements and make strategy planning, every day you will be making new strategy planning and invariably failing. Nobody can win making any strategy out of this rectangle or diagram you try to make. What you do, oh, it almost looks like rectangle. Why not move this fish point from here to here so that it will become perfect rectangle? That is what is your strategy planning. But you don't understand the funny thing. You are doing all your strategy planning in second layer illusion. First, you dream. In your dream, in a night, you dream, you have a huge house and huge property and lot of workers, an obedient wife, which you can see only in the dream. And you start now doing the strategy planning how to maintain that house beautifully. Understand? Suddenly, in a moment, you wake up. What will happen to your whole strategy planning? The strategy planning happens in the second layer illusion, not even in first layer illusion. If you are making a strategy planning, how to have a dream of very pleasing, pleasant, wealthy, you are working with the first level illusion, first layer illusion. But you have the first layer illusion and doing a strategy planning for the second layer illusion. It is illusion on illusion. That is why we miserably fail. The miserable failure happens. Please understand. When you make this strategy planning of correcting this rectangle, even if you are successful, you will feel empty. That is why you do not want to face the emptiness. You go on comparing. So all the other people also live the same way I am living. This is the way life is. You try to satisfy yourself by comparing with others. Understand, just because everybody else is in depression or lonely mood or empty feeling, you don't need to be. If you think, no, whole society is like this, how can I be separate? I also should be like that only. Then that is what I call social conditioning. Very few courageous people who are bold enough to stand and say, no, just because society is constantly feeling lonely and in illusion, I don't need to be. When you stand up and reclaim your truth, you are called controversial. This is the top view of the mind. Let me give you the side view. The side view will be, this is the ocean. One fish jumps here, one fish jumps here, one fish jumps here, one fish jumps here, and you try to create a rectangle out of it. This is the way you try to create the thought. See, these are all independent movements. Fortunately, the fishes do not have any group meeting, team coordination, when you will jump, when I should jump, how much height we should jump, and when we should land back. No. It is a random, spontaneous movement. But the mind, the ego, cannot operate on spontaneity. It has a basic necessity to create a kind of an understanding, create a kind of a boxing, dowholing. See, whatever information comes to you, you try to dowhole. In the post office, they say, when thousands of letters are in front of them, they say, oh, Bangalore, Chennai, Kolkata, Mumbai. How they dowhole the letters in the box, pigeonholing the letters. Same way, anything happens randomly, spontaneously in your inner space, you try to pigeonhole it. The pigeonholing happens by creating or feeling this illusory connection. All you need to do to become a yogi is just avoid the second layer illusion. Means trying to create this square or rectangle and make it as a perfect geometric figure. That's all you need. Just stop connecting these random spontaneous thoughts and trying to create meaning out of it. Understand? The ocean is a ocean. Fish is a fish. They are all completely free beings and they jump as they want. They fall into the ocean as they want. They live as they want. They dance as they want. Do not try to create the points and make lines. After making lines, oh, if this corner is little adjusted, it will become a perfect geometric diagram. Don't waste your energy in the second layer illusion of creating perfect geometry or diagrams out of the spontaneous random fish jumping. That is what I call yogaha chitta vritti nirodha. The moment you stop making these diagrams, taking these fish points as an important points and making this diagram, the moment you stop, suddenly you will see you are in samadhi. You are in samadhi. This making of the diagram is chitta vritti. Trying to constantly make diagrams out of the spontaneous random things happening in your mind. Understand? If you just sit and look, see inside, you are getting so many hundreds of unconnected, irrelevant thoughts. But you don't see the whole thing as it is. You pick up, oh, this thought is connected to this thought. This thought means this thought. Let me make meaning out of it. You start making plans, greeds, fears out of random movements of your mind. Very random movements of your mind, you somehow pick up this thought, oh. If you talk to people, you will see, I have seen, they saying that my whole life is a suffering, Swamiji. It is not actually. If whole life is suffering, you will not be alive now. There are enough of joyful moments in between. But unfortunately, you pick up only those random suffering fish jumpings and try to make diagram. And the most funny thing is sometime, here, if you see the side view, the height of the fishes jumping varies. Some fish jumps 2 feet, and some fish jumps only 1 feet. Some fish jumps 3 feet. Some fish only half a feet. You try to make the diagram with various height fishes and various height experiences. You try to create different figures, means you try to understand joy experience as suffering, or suffering experience as joy, or fantasy experience as reality, or reality experience as a dream. That is what I call perversions of the mind. It is a third level illusion. The first level illusion is thinking that fishes are jumping after a clear strategy planning meeting. As a team, they are working. That's the first illusion. Second illusion, trying to create a logical diagram out of those jumping points. Third level illusion is analyzing the diagram and trying to make it logical geometrical diagram by altering or correcting or adding. Understand the illusions, the layers of illusions with which we are suffering and struggling. Only when you understand the layers of illusion, layers of struggling, layers of suffering, you will be able to get out of it. It's a very deep but strong truth. Just by understanding can liberate. Just this understanding can liberate you. Just by understanding, liberation is possible. Because the moment you understand, all the thoughts happening in you are irrelevant, independent, illogical, unconnected, irresponsible, and unclutched. You will not bother too much to respond to those fish jumpings. You will not try to create a diagram first. Then you will not try to geometrically alter it. You will not try to fit it with what you call as a perfect figure. You will not be wasting your time and energy in the second level or third layer illusions. Wasting or putting any energy into the second layer illusion or third layer illusion is utter waste. It's like you doing strategy planning for housekeeping of the house which you have seen and living, having in the dream. You can do any amount, you can spend any amount of time doing a strategy planning for housekeeping. For this glass, you need that kind of an acid to clean. For this floor, you need this kind of an oil to clean. For this restroom, you need this kind of phenyl for cleaning. You can go on doing the strategy planning. For this garden, you need this lawn mower for maintaining. You can go on doing the strategy planning, ordering for things, buying it. But unfortunately, the house is being seen in dream. The house is experienced in dream. So, the strategy planning done based on the random movements of the mind is what I call second layer illusion. Now comes so many other questions. Then what really Patanjali means when he says yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha? Please understand. What really Patanjali means? Just understand whatever is happening in you, your consciousness is the ocean. Any thought which is happening is the fish jumping spontaneously and randomly, and do not try to connect those fishes and make any diagram, meaning, geometrical structure, logical understanding and conclusions out of it. Just relax. Just with this visualization, yes. So anything happening, whether my fear or greed or love or anger or hatred or any thought happening is just random fish jumping in my consciousness ocean. Suddenly, the huge weight of necessity to do the strategy planning and necessity to protect your so-called identity and necessity to do all the things which you never want to do but which is forced on you as you have to do by that 34-letter word duty. Please understand, you have only one duty towards yourself, to be duty free. To be a Jivan Mukta, nothing else. Everything else follows. The first preference, first priority, I can say not just first priority, the only priority for the human beings is living enlightenment. Being a Jivan Mukta. Suddenly you will see the wealth, strategy planning, whatever you think as necessity for existence is happening around you without even you being involved in it. Just understand this one sutra and relax with it. This one sutra can lead you to samadhi now. You don't need anything else. Just visualize, just understand. You don't even need to visualize, just understand. Your consciousness is a ocean, and any thought happening is just random jumping of some fish without any logic, unconnected, independent, illogical, irresponsible, and unclutched. Do not try to create a logical geometrical diagram between the points of this fish jumping. Understand? Birds do not leave their footprint in the sky when they fly. Fishes do not leave the point when they jump in the ocean. So don't try to create a point and create a geometrical diagram. Just relax. Birds do not leave footprint in the sky. Fishes do not leave their fingerprint when they jump. Don't try to catch the fingerprint of fishes jumping and make a logical diagram. That's all you need to do. When you understand this, oh God, my being is a consciousness ocean, and any thought which happens is a random jumping of the fish, so I don't need to connect and make meaning out of it. Immediately you are in samadhi. The restful awareness which happens to you is what Patanjali means by the word yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. Suddenly you will see the restful awareness. Oh God, that's right. The spontaneous disappearance of the movements is mentioned or explained, expressed by the word nirodhaha. Nirodhaha does not mean stopping. It is spontaneous disappearance. If Patanjali was having the idea, mind is linear, he would have used the word arodhaha or virodhaha, which means stopping. But he is using the word nirodhaha. It means he is very clear, mind is not linear. This is what is the exact visualization Patanjali was having in his consciousness when he expressed the sutra, yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. How can we trust or understand? This is what Patanjali was having in his inner space when he uttered those sutras. See the result. Just with this visualization, understanding, sit with yourself, see the restful awareness happening, see the nirvikalpa happening, see the settlement happening, see the relaxation happening, see the chitta vritti nirodha happening. The happening is the proof that sutra or the formula or the equation is truth and rightly understood. Happening, experience is the solid proof that expression has been understood rightly. The end decides and justifies the means used is right. So understand, just sit with this simple understanding of mind and do not create the geometrical figures of suffering or pain or joy or meanings you make out of the random movements of the fish. jumping. Just relax from that moments. Just relax from that second layer illusion. Then suddenly, not only you are not doing the second layer illusion, even the first layer illusion of the fish jumping stops. Fishes are encouraged to jump when you create more and more diagrams and struggle with those diagrams, trying to correct them. They have fun seeing you jumping and running around them. When they see nobody is jumping, nobody is attending, they just lie down and rest. Or go to the deep sea. Only when people enjoy, dolphins jump. When there is nobody, they just relax. So stop creating diagrams, creating theorems, creating logical conclusions out of the fish jumping. This right understanding this right thinking takes you beyond thinking. Person who makes techniques out of each sutra is a teacher. Person who makes Savigalpa experience out of each sutra is a master. So, understand this one sutra properly. Sit for a few moments within yourself. You will see the Nirvikalpa happening in you. A restful awareness settling in you. That is why always emphasis on the importance of learning, listening the sutras from masters who experience the same consciousness of Patanjali, same inner space of those great masters who created the sutras. From ordinary teachers, when you learn, you will understand mind as a linear movement and stopping is the goal of yoga, and struggle with some techniques or method, blowing your nose or blowing your mind, finally you will blow your life. 30, 40 years of struggling, ending up in deep frustration, depression, and losing trust over yourself, losing trust over the system, finally losing trust over everything. So, find the right source, the right person, right visualization, right understanding. Naturally, it will lead you immediately to the right experience. Buddha says, the first thing, first step is right understanding. J. Krishnamurti says, right listening is God. Right listening is God. Right listening will lead you to God. You don't need something extra more than the right listening. So understand, whatever is happening in you is random fishes jumping. Just random fishes jumping. You don't need to connect those diagrams, connect those points and create square or circle or rectangle or triangle and feel, I think this one corner is little disturbed, I think I can complete it, I should complete it. Having a strategy planning to have a logical geometrical diagram. No. Relax. Just see the fishes jumping randomly, in your inner space and do not create diagram out of it. You will see, you relax into the restful awareness which Patanjali calls as yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. I'll ponder over the next sutras in the next continuous sessions. So now, spend little time just with this one sutra, this one truth, with this one revelation. This 53 days in prison, constantly I was meditating on the space of unclutching, to come up with more and more, deeper and deeper understandings and techniques and methods to unclutch different kinds of human beings, different kinds of human problems. Almost, I can say, 200 new understandings, methods and revelations, techniques happened just like unclutching. I'll go on, be talking on every revelation, every truth, every deeper method to transmit that experience into you all. From this Guru Purnima, I am going to spend time with small group of people, disciples, directly transmitting this deep, huge, strong understandings and the process, this 200 different process to transmit this living enlightenment. It is not even a technique, it is just transmitting those understandings and transmitting those experiences through the process. Because now, the understanding I gave you, it will work on you for a few minutes and give you the restful awareness. Within few minutes, few times you try this method, your mind will master this technique also and will not yield even for this understanding. You may have this understanding, but your mind will continue to think. Then you need another one understanding. You need the next level of understanding. It's almost like till your mind is done, more and more and more understanding and revelations need to be added. This is what I call process. See, anything which gives you the restful awareness immediately is process. Without practice or struggle, which gives the restful awareness immediately, nirvikalpa immediately, is process. But human mind is so cunning, even if it experiences that restful awareness immediately, it will slowly develop methods, technique to beat the techniques. So from Guru Purnima, 48 days I am going to work with a small group of disciples, working and transmitting all these great understandings and process, and see to that at least that group lives enlightenment. I am very serious. After this whole scandal, even I am not interested in taking my presence for granted in the planet Earth. I am not interested in taking my presence and the ability and possibility to teach for granted. Of course, I am going to be in the planet Earth for a long time. I am going to be teaching for a long time. That's different. But I don't want to take it for granted anymore and delay the great processes which I always want to do. So from this Guru Purnima, 48 days I will be doing this process, the small group of people. Anybody who has done LBE or inner awakening are welcome to join the program. The program is gift from me. It's a pure gift from me. So I am not asking any economical commitment, but I am asking psychological commitment. Psychological commitment. Anybody who has done LBE or inner awakening are welcome to come and be part of the program for 48 days. It will be called as living enlightenment process. I am doing this process basically for the ashramites, the chosen few. So I will be happy to have the people who are really sincere and interested to go through the process, and all the discourses I give during that process will be available in YouTube. All the techniques I express during that process will be available in YouTube for the people who register themselves as satsang centers. Whoever registers themselves as satsang centers, again, for a satsang center also there is no economical commitment, but the sincerity, the psychological commitment. Whoever registers as satsang centers, all the techniques also will be available. See, all the intellectual ideas will be available in YouTube free for everybody. All the techniques will be available for free in YouTube. Whoever registers themselves as satsang centers, and the presence will be available only here. And the process will be happening here directly for all the people who want to come and directly experience. Whoever has done LBE or inner awakening, you can apply, and we will be happy to have you and make you enlightened. I will continue to express the deeper secrets of Hatha Yoga, Swami Atmarama's, Swami Swatmarama's sutras and Patanjali sutras. Patanjali sutras is a public satsang, and the Swatmarama sutras is a classes for a close groups. But both will be available to the public freely in the YouTube, as I described. Patanjali Yoga Sutras for all the public in YouTube, and Hatha Yoga process and techniques, Smatmarama Sutras for the people who register themselves as satsang centers, because it needs little more attention from you to digest those great sutras. They are deeper level lessons. We'll continue in the next sessions. Now, just sit with this one understanding. With this one understanding, your whole inner being is an ocean of consciousness. All the thoughts happening are fish jumping randomly and spontaneously for no reason in different spots, in different places, as fear, greed, worry, shy, suffering, pain, as different way it is jumping. Do not try to connect all of them. They are movements, and make any diagram, geometrical diagram, logical understanding out of it. Just sit with whatever is happening and be in restful awareness. Please close your eyes and just sit. with this one clarity. Try to sit with this Savigalpa, which leads you to Nirvigalpa, the restful awareness. For next few days, it will work on you for few days. Then your mind is so powerful, it will take over this technique also. Then I will give you the another one Savigalpa, next Savigalpa. No mind can survive more than 10 or 20 Savigalpas. So I am going to express 200 Savigalpas. So be very clear. No mind can create nuisance more than 10 or 20 Savigalpas maximum. Even the worst cunning intellectual, violent brain cannot handle more than 20 Savigalpas. I'll go on be giving continuously the different Savigalpas. See that you are established in Nirvigalpa. So I request all of you to sit with this Savigalpa for next 3-4 days till I give you the next Savigalpa. And I invite all the devotees and disciples from around the world to take whatever I am offering as early as possible. As early as possible. This 48 days, the living enlightenment process will be unique, one of its kind program, spontaneous. We will be sitting whole day and night and working on different revelations and Savigalpas happened in me during this R&D, research and development, and conscious scanning of all the Hatha Yoga, Patanjali Yoga methods and processes. So I sincerely tell all the devotees not to take me for granted. Of course, I wanted to live in the body for a long time, and I wanted to share this experience with the world for a long time. But the people who are cherishing enmity towards us seems to be more powerful than us. So we do not know how long they will let me do this job of sharing this enlightenment. Because for this, so many things are needed. One, my body need to be safe and healthy. Second, the Sangha, the place need to be available. So many things are necessary. And the people who cherish enmity towards us have shown their powers. They were able to snatch me away from you all for no reason. And not only they seems to be powerful, they have proved their power at least once. So don't take me or my teachings for granted, thinking I'll do next time, I'll do this program later on. I do not know whether I'll do this living enlightenment process one more time. I don't know whether we'll have time, or even if we have everything, I don't know whether I'll be interested in doing. That is the reason I do not want even the economical barrier. I am giving this as a gift from me. I just wanted to share it with the world and feel that I delivered what I wanted to deliver. I have shared what I wanted to share. Even when you have the Nirvigalpa for few moments with this kind of processes, your mind is so cunning, does not stay there itself. It just comes out. It gets bumped out. So again and again, using some 20-30 process, I think 20 will be more than enough for any intellectual mind to go through that process. It can be established in Nirvigalpa. Here I am going to work on 200 different processes and methods So I welcome all of you from around the world to come and experience, live and radiate enlightenment. Let these great truths, techniques and process work on you. Let you all achieve, live and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve, live, express, radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject, your mind creates your world. Again and again and again, all spiritual traditions and all scientists after Einstein. See, if you write the spiritual history of humanity, it has to be divided like before Shankara, after Shankara. Because there's no philosophy which can neglect Shankara. Either you accept Shankara or reject Shankara. You can't avoid Shankara. Any spiritual philosophy it can be. Because this man, within 32 years, God, he just revolutionized whole Hindu tradition. Whatever you know as Hinduism is created by Shankara. You do not know actually Vyasa, Panini, Patanjali's Hinduism. What Hindus were doing, what they were eating, how they were dressing, how they were thinking about them, world, God, you don't know. Nobody knows. So whatever we know as Vedic tradition, as Hindu Dharma, as the spiritual science of the Vedic tradition, it's a gift from Shankara. It is he who organized the whole thing. All spiritual historians or scientists or spiritual scientists or spiritual philosophies should be segregated as before Shankara and after Shankara. Same way the science, it has to be divided as before Einstein, after Einstein. You can't neglect Einstein. All the scientists after Einstein and all philosophers, spiritual masters, before and after Shankara, accept this one truth, what we call participatory universe. Means, the moment you start participating, the universe changes. There is a very beautiful Zen koan. If there is nobody in the forest, and if a tree falls, will it make a sound? You can't say yes. No. How do you know? We don't know. If there is nobody, if a tree falls in the forest, will it make a sound? If all the tree community believes when a tree falls, it has to make a sound, it may make a sound. I don't think tree communities has that belief. Any tree falls should make a sound. You can't say it will make a sound or not. There are tons of research. Go to YouTube and type the word participatory universe, you will see floodgates opening. Tons of researchers to prove it is you who is giving power to the whole research, or you who is deciding the result of the research. Tons of references. Just today I was going through some of the articles just to give you some references. God. I'll give you just few links so that you can, free time, you can do research and study. I'll give the spiritual side of this participatory universe theory. About this science and researches, you study on your own. Just one example I can give you. The photons, when they are kept in a closed space, if the human DNA is added, immediately they come to a discipline. The photons are actually there in the closed space in a chaotic way, undisciplined way. The moment human DNA is added, it just falls into a rhythm and a proper shape. And the funny thing is, even after the DNA is removed, they don't go back to their chaotic shape. They just remain in a disciplined way. Means simple human DNA can completely change the way in which photons organize themselves or feel themselves. When you are added into the research, please understand, when you are added into the research, the result is different. This whole cosmos is a constant R&D going on. Every day, cosmos tries new things. Every incident, every happening is a new dress. Cosmos is trying. The whole cosmos is a huge R&D, research and development going on. Participation of you changes the outcome. If you look with a deep love, wow. Otherwise, why? Unnecessarily. Is it necessary? So the whole cosmos is a great R&D. It's constantly trying new costumes, new makeup, and seeing its own mirror his own reflection in the mirror, enjoying. That is what very beautifully Upanishads describe. Just the cosmos expanded itself to enjoy itself. Understand, all of you are expansion of cosmos just to celebrate its own existence. Whenever you feel like celebrating, you exist, you are breathing, you are alive, you are aware of what is happening around you. If you feel that with so much of celebration mood, understand, you are just one with cosmos. Those few moments you are enlightened. Nothing more to be achieved. Forget about everything. Any moment you feel you should celebrate your existence. Wow. What a being I am. What a happening I am. Even if 1 or 2 moments you feel that, understand, your life is worthy of living. Even if you felt that even once, do not ever fear. That only will get repeated when you leave the body. You will not take any more birth. I can give you guarantee. Really, because that mood is phosphorus for biomemories. If a phosphorus is kept in the cotton, what will happen? Cotton can be any tons and tons of cotton. It will just be burnt. Only one celebration mood. Wow. I can exist. I celebrate my existence. Whatever you feel as you, if you feel yourself as the body, and you feel, wow, what a body, this can exist. If you feel yourself as a mind, wow, what a mind, this can exist. If you feel yourself as a consciousness, wow, what a beautiful inner space. This is worthy of existence and celebration. Even once, if you feel, drop all fears, whatever life you live or don't live, it is not going to be counted at all. No sin will be counted. Nothing will be counted, because when you leave the body, when the biomemory gets boiled, this phosphorus will come up. This is like a phosphorus. This will burn away all biomemories. Any ton cotton you may have it. All your karmas and other sin, punya, everything is cotton. Tons of cotton you can have. But one chunk phosphorus is enough. So few moments, just few moments, you feeling, wow, I can celebrate my existence. It's amazing. That phosphorus is kept inside already. Then, anything you do in this life, if you want to be happy during life, do it. Otherwise, don't bother. Jivan Mukti is already guaranteed. Because when you leave the body, this phosphorus will come up. This phosphorus is so powerful, it will just boil away all the biomemories. And there won't be any more birth. Participating in the universe with this celebration mood is what we call Leela. In Sanskrit, we have a very beautiful word, Leela. Leela means participating with this universe, with this celebration. Because cosmos is constantly doing research and development, when you participate with this celebrative mood, it becomes ecstasy. Otherwise, it will be irritation. I have seen people who feel angry with the whole universe. Why this, why this, why this, why this, why this? So much suffering. Poor fellows. Those people only, when they die, become like a inert, unconscious, stone kind of beings. Let's enter into the sutra. Actually, this is what is sannyas. Celebrating with the cosmos, participating in the universe with the mood of cosmos. If you don't have the mood of celebration, actually participate in the universe with the mood of celebration. If you don't have the mood of celebration, just disappear. Very beautifully, one great saint, Tamil saint Manikavasagar sings, Pullagi, Pudai, Puduvai, Maramagi, Palvirumagi, Paravayai, Bambagi, Kallai, Manidarai, Peyai, Ganangalai, Vallasurarai, Munivarai, Tevarai, Sella, Nindrai, Tavara, Jangamatul, Yella, Pirappum, Birandilaitin, Imberuman, மெய்யே உன் பொன்னடிகள் கண்டின்று வீடுற்றேன் உய என் உள்ளத்துள் ஓங்காரமாய் நின்று மெய்யா விமலா நியமான நான் விமலா ஐயா என ஓங்கி ஆழ்ந்தகன்ற நுண்ணியனே. Goes on. Understand? So many janmas he describes. புல்லாகி பூடாய் புழுவாய் மரமாகி பல்விருகமாகி பறவையாய் பாம்பாகி கல்லாய் மனிதராய் பேயாய் கணங்களாய் வல்லசுரராகி முனிவராய் தேவராய். He describes all the different janmas, bird, stone, tree, human beings, the gods, rakshasas, munis, rishis, all kinds of birth. Sella nindrai tavarat Jangamatul Yella Pirappum Birandalaityen Emberuman means the Sella Nindra means the immovable material universe, Stavara Jangamatul. In this immovable material universe, I have seen all bodies, all births. It's enough. Meye un ponnadigal kandinru vedutreen. உய என் உள்ளத்துள் ஓங்காரமாய் நின்ற. Oh ultimate truth, today I am liberated just because I saw your feet. I offer myself at your feet. You stay, you reside in me as the uncreated sound, Onkara, in my heart. உய என் உள்ளத்துள் ஓங்காரமாய் நின்ற மெய்யாய் தனியாய் யமான நாம் விமலா. When you awaken Vyana in your system, you will awaken intense love. The whole body will feel the love. And when the body feels the love, Vyana will be awakened. Now, by now you guys know the flow of Vyana. How the Vyana feels in your throat, in your eyes, in your body. Whenever love gets awakened, you will see Vyana gets awakened. Whenever Vyana gets awakened, love will be awakened. Now the next Udana will be the most funny thing. It will be bliss actually. Whenever the Udana gets awakened, this area will feel bliss, understand? With Vyana, you will feel this area sweetness. The sweetness will just grow, grow, grow. This is the area. Exactly. Inside, I am telling. Inside, it will feel so tasty, so sweet, that sweetness will grow and penetrate. That is the Udana. But you have to master Vyana, only then the Udana will start happening. Because, see, when the Vyana first starts happening, the sweetness will start getting filled in this whole area. It will, layer by layer, it will settle down. First you will feel only like a 2-inch level, intense sweetness. Then slowly it will increase, increase, increase. It will cross, when it crosses this level, you will see this whole area, layer after layer, the bliss is getting packed. Literally, that is the right word, getting packed with Vyana, love, with Udana, bliss. Without developing Vyana, living in the cosmos is just waste, I tell you. Our human body is so sacred, so beautiful. Let us all take the oath. Before we leave the body, we will make the universe again agriculture-based university, agriculture-based civilization. Understand? Let our next generation have the bliss. See, before our next generation, let us do something and let our ideas penetrate the society and let them be afraid of our ideas. Why should we be constantly be afraid of their ideas? If you guys do that, I promise I'll come back once more. Really. I'll come back. See, and whatever I am talking is not some ideas. It's an existential reality. Even the bodies which you guys carry, which is so corrupted by the society, I am able to play with these truths and prove many of these experiences as a reality. Then if the bodies, from the young age, kids, if they are given these signs, they will experience 120%. World can really be a happy place. It is possible. It is not myth. Understand? I am not selling any utopia concept to you. I don't need to, because I am already in utopia. I am already in heaven. I don't need to sell. Somehow if these fellows understand a little bit, so much can be done to the human civilization. See, poor fellows, unconscious fellows, they are also not in... it's not that it's their mistake. They also don't know. It's like somebody created the rut. They are maintaining the rut, but they are also caught in the rut. What to do? One day, in a very old monastery in Italy, head of the monastery is seen crying profusely. One junior monk came and asked, why are you crying? That monastery only was storing the original scriptures. So from there only, they make copies. Out of the one copy, they make many copies and circulate it. And this guy was crying, says, today morning I had a chance to go and see the original scripture, out of which the copy is made, out of which the copies are getting made for last few hundred years. He asked, then why are you crying? What is the wrong? No, the original scripture says, celebrate, but the copy reads celibate. One hour can rattle your life. This is not the punchline. Then this old monk, then the junior guy says, come on, let us tell this to the world. Change. He says, no, anyhow, I lived my life, let the world also live. So much. See, just like how this guy feels. Because it is a rut created already. He is heading and continuing the rut, but not doing anything. See, a right leader is a person, even though he is put on the seat with the chaos, he will at least, he should put all his energies, slowly, undo the chaos on which he is sitting, and at least expect the next generation to be much better way than he happened in the world. I tell you, I am also maintaining certain chaos, but I am constantly working and trying to undo, at least for my next generation, that chaos is not there. Sometimes immediately you cannot break, because the chaos, the unconsciousness, see, chaos always carries a certain weight of unconsciousness, like how the dirty tank carries certain amount of mud. That mud is so powerful, it can destroy the person who is trying to settle down the mud. So we will have to be very carefully doing the process, but we should be doing. Understand? Let our next generation learn all these great science of participatory universe and the science of Vyana, science of Samana, science of Udana. So much joy can be there in the universe. See, all of you know the love can be awakened just by the simple physical process. Now, you don't need anything else, just the simple process. You may think, oh, it is not that simple, 2 days. No, it is not that simple, because your body is too corrupted. If it can be given to the kids, it can happen. The Vyana sessions you guys had last 2 days can be shared, given to a child successfully within 2 to 3 hours. Within 2 to 3 hours, a child can feel exactly the maximum amount of Vyana you felt in your system. See, I defined the Vyana exactly. I think all of you remember. The intense sweetness you feel in the throat, and the air gets accumulated inside your mouth with a deep saliva, sweet saliva. That's the amount of Vyana happening. What amount of Vyana happened in your body in last 2 days of process? We started the Vyana process yesterday until today evening. Of course, we are going to continue. Whatever has happened in you, I'm not talking about average. If 300 people are attending, I'm not talking about average. The maximum peak experience person experienced among these 300, I'm keeping that as a scale. That can be reproduced in a child before he is physically matured within 2 to 3 hours. That's all. 2 muhurta is enough. 2 muhurta means 1.5 hour, 1.5 hour. 1.5 hour is 1 muhurta. 2 muhurta is enough to reproduce that experience. If this somehow can be inculcated into the education and syllabus, world can be so joyful, so blissful. We will have much better human beings. Human consciousness should learn these great lessons of participatory universe, so that we can create new humanity, new consciousness. Today's sutra. _71st sutra, in 2nd chapter, 20th sutra. दृष्टा दृष्टिमात्रः शुद्ध अपिप्रत्यय अनुपास्यः अनुपश्यः द्रष्टा दृशिमात्रा शुद्ध अपिप्रत्यय अनुपश्यः. Very beautiful sutra. Patanjali gives his opinion. See, he is a master. He doesn't need to teach you basics. The sutra was not created to teach basics. He just gives his opinion. I know how the sutra would have been delivered. The disciples would have been presenting, Bhagavan, what's your expression? What's your commentary? What you feel about this truth? Then he would have delivered. Because none of the sutras are talking about the basics. He is just only adding. Vivekananda translates the sutras. The seer is intelligence only, and though pure, sees through the coloring of the intellect. Swami Prabhavananda translates us. The Atman, the experiencer, is pure consciousness. It appears to take on the changing colors of the mind. In reality, it is unchangeable. Swami Sachidananda translates us. The seer is nothing but the power of seeing, which, although pure, appears to see through the mind. Seer, the consciousness is pure, and it is just power of seeing. It is pure, but it sees through the mind. Whatever is being seen is seen through the mind. Drashta, drishimattra, suddhopi, pratyaya, anupashya. The key word in this whole sutra is drashta, drishimatra, suddha, apipratyaya, anupashya. The key word is anupashyaya. Anupashyaha. Anupashyaha means appears as if seeing. So you are the seer, which is pure intelligence, which is unchangeable. Just extraordinary consciousness, awareness. But because you are using this changing mind, it feels as if you are seeing. I go on and on and on. I can just go on and on and on. Sometimes I feel I should go on and on and on, giving more and more clarity and explanation, so that the whole world can be inspired. More and more people can listen and understand. Sometimes I feel, no, I should straight away start transmitting experience. Let us start. When I look at you guys, I feel like, let us transmit the experience. Stop talking, enough. When I remember the people who are watching all over the world and waiting to watch this all over the world, I feel I should go on. I should go on with some more words, so that they will have the clarity, and my physical presence and inspiration which I transmit through the body can be substituted by more and more clear words. Words are nothing but a substitute for the transmission of inspiration which is done through the body language. When you go on infusing awareness into your system, suddenly you will see there is nobody inside. Simply it is a body, matter moving. You are like a lightning happening. That's all. You are not even inside the body. You are centered everywhere. See, it's like you are the huge conscious sun, shining sun. Inside you there is a small mirror which just gets fortunately turned in right direction, on which your reflection happens. That reflection which is happening in the mirror starts thinking that reflection is the sun. You'll realize, oh God, what is going on? You are not actually inside this body. That reflection only is inside this body. Your body is the mirror. It just gets positioned for some reason. And suddenly, that reflection feels, oh, I am inside the body. No. People ask me, where is Anandagandha Swamiji? I tell them, Anandagandha is everything. Gate to Anandagandha only is below the Anahata, above the Manipuraka. Anandagandha is everything. Just everything. Whatever is Anandagandha. I went and did a little research. Even Shankara, the word which he uses, Ananda Kanda, he uses in a different meaning, the root of Ananda. He is not using in the meaning which I am saying, the flavor or smell of Ananda. He uses in two places. One, Shankara alone is using in Vishwanatha Ashtakam and in the Kanakadara Stotram, in two places. Nobody else, nowhere else. That also uses in a different meaning. Not as a technique. He uses as a praising. Anandagandha is everything. Imagine in a huge conscious sun, a small mirror is there inside, and that mirror turns into some position where the sun is reflecting on the mirror, and the reflection starts feeling, I am inside this mirror. This mirror is my body. Come on, let me achieve sun. Sometimes these foolish mirrors not only thinks they can achieve sun, sometimes they think the mirror which they carry, with that they can hurt sun. No sun can hurt conscious sun. After all are just sons of conscious sun. So, just add more and more and more awareness into your seer, who is seeing, who is smelling, who is listening, perceiving. You will experience seer without the changing intellect. The unchangeable can be experienced without the changing intellect. Anupashya, as almost seeing. as if changing. Let's all see the unchangeable seer without the change. Sadashiva Samarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryandam Vande Guru Paramparam. Namah Shivaya. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today we will enter into the next sutra, next meditation technique. Mahadeva, the author of this technique, the author of this great book, Shiva Sutras, his inner space is so vast, so intelligent, so powerful. He created meditation techniques almost for every possible human being. Every possible human being. Somebody asked me the other day, Swamiji, how do you know this book is written by Shiva? Somebody else would have wrote it and attributed to Shiva's name. Who knows? Anybody who can write the book of this caliber, this standard, he is Shiva, no doubt. He has experienced Shiva consciousness, no doubt. Unless you experience, see the very truth, all the details, all the subtle things he knows, that is enough. The author is a rare being. Nothing else is required. Just the very proof that the author knows all the rare details. Understand? Unless you know all the rare details, you cannot give solution. You cannot look at the same thing from so many angles. Very small change in a sutra, very small change in a technique, but helps totally different kind of human beings. Sometimes I am surprised what sophisticated level the society would have been when these sutras were delivered. See, the more the society is sophisticated, it will have more mental problems. That's the truth. You won't have too many mental problems unless society is sophisticated. Because you don't have too much energy. You will not have depression if you have poverty. Because you don't have enough energy to sit, eat, find out some reason to get depressed. With poverty, your whole energy and time is demanded. See, actually I always tell people, depression is a luxury. Now, unless your basic needs are fulfilled, you can't have depression. Unless it is fulfilled and you have enough time and energy, which is not directly required to be productive, then you create something, you just sit and create some reason to get depressed. I've never heard the word depression in the Indian villages.
because they have enough of things to do. You can't, there's no time to get depressed. Depression is a luxury. I was surprised when I read the solution for all the problems which he talks about. Then 10,000 years ago, there must have been such a high sophisticated society with all the luxury. That is why he is giving solution for all these problems. See, if Buddha is teaching, don't steal, means in his time the stealing was there. Thieves were there. Otherwise, why should you teach? Nobody gives solution for the problem which does not exist except the psychiatrist. Nobody will give the solution for the problems which does not exist. Here, Shiva is talking amazing things. Means that society which existed 10,000 years ago is highly sophisticated, which was having all kinds of problems also. Because solution for all the problems which modern day men face are available just in this one book, Mahadeva's Shiva Sutras. Shiva Sutras has got so many books, so many volumes. This I selected from one part. The book which I am commenting, that part is called Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Shiva taught 64 tantras. In one tantra he gives 112 meditation techniques. That is Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. We are working on that book. 35th Sutra. We are working on the 35th meditation technique. Day before yesterday, we saw one meditation technique. Yesterday we studied another one meditation technique. Today we are starting 35th meditation. Yesterday what we saw is 34th, but day before yesterday what we saw is not 33rd. It was the technique which I did not speak during my last trip to Vancouver. We did not have that discourse, so day before yesterday I spoke on that. Yesterday new sutra, and today also one more new sutra. Giving clear solution means somebody who knows completely about their mind only can give solution so thoroughly, so clearly. Here, Mahadeva is giving solution for all the problems. If somebody can give solution to the problems so clearly, if somebody knows about the mind so thoroughly, I am sure he is Shiva, means he has achieved Shiva consciousness. In India, the Shiva, Vyasa, Buddha, all these words are not towards one person. Of course, those beings also existed, but in course of time, anybody who achieves that conscious state, they are given that title. Buddha does not mean only one Buddha, the Gautama the Buddha. Gautama the Buddha existed, but after his existence, anybody who achieves that state of consciousness, they are given that title. Still now, all Shankara's disciples are called Shankaracharyas. Anybody who achieves that state is called as a Shankaracharya. The original Shankaracharya is called Adi Shankaracharya, means first Shankaracharya. Anybody who has achieved that state is called Adi Shankara, the Shankaracharya. Sometimes you will get confused whether the book is written by Shankaracharya or Adi Shankaracharya. So here people ask me, how do you know this book is written by Shiva? Understand, a person who can penetrate into human consciousness so deeply is Shiva. He has achieved the state of Shiva, no doubt. So forget about doubting the book, let us doubt your mind and start working on it. Let me read the sutra. Gata vibhajane drishtim bittis tyaktva vinikshipet tallayam takshanat gatve tallayat tanmaya bhavet. At the edge of the deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness happens to you. Very powerful technique. Just a slight, small difference between yesterday's technique and today's technique. But there are different kinds of minds. For all kinds of minds, Shiva is teaching. At the edge of a deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness. Understand? Again, this technique is also about falling in love, falling in tune. See, the yesterday's technique and today's technique, both are about falling in tune. But the yesterday's technique was falling in tune with a living being, an enlightened master. Today's technique is about falling in tune with an object. Sometimes falling in love with an object is little easy because you can possess it. You can possess it. Why? People have got pets, no food for living human beings. But these guys are spending so much on the pet animals. Actually, when you can't love human beings, pets is a nice substitute. See, the difficulty with opening up to human being is the risk of no is there. When you open up with a human being, he may say no. He may not receive you. He may not be behaving as you want. He may not be expressive. But with the pets, you feed them. They have to do what you want. And you can tie them in a rope and put them in cage when you don't want to spend time with them. With human beings, things are little unpredictable. They may have the mood when you don't have, they may not have the mood when you have. But with pets, things are more under your control. You can choose. Understand, but it is very poor substitute. Learn how to open up to the higher level beings. Understand? First level, opening up to an animal where things are under your control. Second level, opening up to a human being where 50% is under your control and 50% is under his control. Third, opening up to an enlightened being, nothing is under your control. Nothing is under your control. That is why it is very difficult to open up to an enlightened being, because you will lose your very boundary. When you open up to an enlightened being, you will lose the idea where your hand ends, where your body ends. You just relax, disappear into Him. His vastness, the amazing energy, just you are lost in His presence. Or I can say you are first time experiencing yourself. I can't say you are lost. First time you are back home. You discovered yourself. First time you will discover who you are. Different levels of falling in love. Shiva is not saying no to anybody. Any level is okay. He is ready to give technique for that level person. Understand? Whether you are able to open up to an enlightened being, there is a technique, yesterday's technique. Diksha, just initiation, liberates. If you are able to open up to a human being, again he has got a technique. Just few days ago, I finished the technique. If you are able to open up only to animals, again he has got techniques for that kind of a human being. If you are not even able to open up to animals, because even with animals there is one danger, they may die. If they die, things are not under your control completely. You can open up only to an object. Then you have a technique also. You also have a technique. Here, Shiva is giving methods even for that kind of human beings. Sometime, people who lived in the forest, who lived with nature, they can open up to an object easily, even if they are in high level consciousness. Even if they are in the level of opening up to a master, they may not find a master. They can just open up. They can just feel connected to an object in the forest. So even for that kind of people, this technique will be very useful. This is more like opening up to a nature. Opening up to a nature. Even if you are intelligent enough, powerful enough, intense enough to open up to a master, if you have never seen a master, and if you are living in a forest, you may open up to an object with such a deep connection, and that object will serve as God or master. There is a beautiful story of a great devotee of Shiva. His name is called Kannappa, means the father who gave eyes to Shiva. Understand, the story says Shiva has got 3 eyes. In the 3, one and a half belongs to Devi, because he has given his half to Devi. The remaining 1 and a half, one belongs to this devotee. Only half is his eye. Let me tell the story. It's a beautiful story. There was a hunter in a forest. That guy, his only work is from morning till night, he will hunt animals, cook them, eat, sleep. That's a life. Fortunately, did not get civilized. Sometimes civilization takes away some beautiful things in the human beings. Sometimes they are too costly than the civilization. Means the possibility to open up is taken away in this process of so-called civilization. Fortunately, this guy, even though lived as a hunter, did not lose that dimension of his being. I call this dimension as a sixth sense, possibility to open up. This guy did not lose that possibility. If you doubt constantly anything and everything you see, be very clear, you lost that sixth sense. Civilization has happened to you. You are now civilized. You can have a big board. I am completely civilized. Now you know how to find reason, how to justify things, how to do anything. Now you know logically how to find reasons, how to doubt, how to justify whatever you do. Small story. One day in late night, 10 o'clock, a guy saw behind his car, the cop's car with red light sign. He's trying to chase him. This guy thought, I think I can outrun him. And it's a county road, a remote road. He tried increasing the speed. This cop also did not leave. He also increased. In few minutes there was a big race. Went to 60, 70, 90, 100 miles. After half an hour, this guy realized he can't escape. So he stopped, pulled over. Cop came near him and said, officer came near him and said, hey, today I really had a lousy day. Just tell me some reason, I'll let you go. Just tell me some reason, I'll let you go. The guy thought for a moment and said, yes, I know the reason why I ran away, looking at you. He said, what? 3 weeks ago, my wife ran away with a police officer. When I saw your car, I thought you are the officer and you are trying to bring her back to me. You can always justify. You can always justify. With civilization, you get the power to justify, but you lose the capacity to open up. Your logic becomes very sharp, but the sixth sense, power to open up, is lost. This devotee, fortunately, did not lose the ability to open up. In the forest, one day when he went for hunting, he saw beautiful Shiva's Murti, the Shivalinga. Shivalinga with a face carved on it. In India you will see varieties, different kinds of Shivalingas. Different kinds of Shivalingas with a different forms and ways and different things. There was a Shivalinga with a face carved on it. The moment he saw that Shivalinga, he saw that Murti, he saw that statue, he fell in love with that. Somehow he was able to open himself. Every day he started visiting that place. He felt the God is there in that form, or the higher energy is there in that form. After 2-3 days, he started talking to it, talking to Shiva. When you see God, you don't see statue. When you see statue, you don't see God. Understand? When you see it as a God, you will not see that as a statue or just an idol. When you see it as an idol, you will not see that as a God. Somehow he felt it's God. He did not see it as a statue. He started talking to Shiva. Oh Lord, it's so nice you are here just for me. and he said, just see that I get a good animal today so that I'll give you a feast. Whatever he gets, he will nicely cook. Not only he will nicely cook, he will first taste it and see whether it is really cooked well. Then bring that portion, that flesh, to that Shiva, and he will offer it. It's a very strange kind of worship. He doesn't have any vessel to bring water and wash that place. So he will take water in his mouth. He will collect all the flowers and put it in his hair. There is no other flower basket for him. He will collect all the flowers and put it in his hair, in his jata. The hunters will have a big matted lock. He will put it in his matted lock, fill water in his mouth, and carry that flesh or that meat in a palm leaf in one hand. Bring there, and he will spit that water on that statue, on that Shiva, and put all the flowers on that Shiva and decorate him. Put this flesh in front of him and pray to him, oh Lord, please eat the best portion of the meat, the flesh I brought for you. He will do all his puja. Then he will tell, oh, I think you are feeling a little shy because I am here. I will go away, you eat later on. When you feel like, you eat that time. When you open innocently the power of existence, the big problem is we lost how to open up innocently, honestly. He will tell, now it is time, you please eat later on. Maybe I'll give you private time. He will go away. Actually, there was a traditional intellectual guy who also used to come to that place to worship rarely. That day he came and he saw all that meat in front of Shiva, and these traditional intellectuals usually not only they are vegetarians, they are dead against non-veg. I always tell people, take vegetarian vow, nothing wrong, but don't hate non-vegetarian people. Let them have what they want. People come and ask me, how to convince others to take up vegetarian food? I tell them, why do you want to convince? You must be jealous of them enjoying. You must be feeling that saliva when they eat. Otherwise, why will you get interested in convincing them? If you know vegetarian is good, just enjoy, stop with it, over. Why do you want to convince? Because there must be in one corner of your mind a little, I think once in a while, okay. Or that saliva is there in the mouth. Otherwise, why will you try to convince somebody who is not bothered about convincing you? See, no non-veg person goes to convince others, eat non-veg. But all these vegetarian people goes to convince non-veg people, don't have non-veg, eat vegetarian. See the fun part of it. No non-vegetarian person goes to convince vegetarians. Please have non-vegetarian also. No. Please become non-vegetarian. No. But all these vegetarian guys, they go around and convince every non-vegetarian person. In our healing initiation, of course, that initiation can be taken or practiced only with a vegetarian food. With a non-vegetarian food, you will have a little side effect. Your system will not be able to adjust, cope up with it. So when these guys become vegetarians, first thing they do is they will go around and start canvassing. Start preaching, you became vegetarian, it's good. Little jealous on corner. Here, this guy is a great intellectual who is doing the puja with all the vegetarian tradition way. He came and saw, God, what is this? All non-veg things are lying. How can this happen? He threw everything out, cleared the place, and he did formal worship of bringing water from in a proper pot and cleaning the spot and did everything, and then went away. After a few days, again this hunter devotee came. Again he did his own way of worship, pouring the water, spitting, not even pouring. Because he has brought water in the mouth. And removing flowers from his hair and putting it. And that fresh meat, flesh, which he tasted, he offered it. Then he said, all right Shiva, now you can have a little private time. You can taste when you want. This the hunter devotee, he thought the earlier flesh which he kept, Shiva has eaten. He didn't know that some other guy came and removed it. He thought, oh, I think you enjoyed it. That's why there is nothing left. Even the leaf is not there. So again put the food and went away. Again, this traditional Orthodox devotee, intellectually, this guy came and saw, God, once more this meat, who is doing this sacrilegious act? Who is disturbing? I should stay here today and see who is the guy who is coming and doing these things, and I will take him to task. He has hidden himself in one corner behind a tree, waiting. Who is coming and doing that job? After a few hours, as usual, our devotee came and he saw, oh God, you finished this meat also. That's nice, but I brought some more for you. So he came and did as usual, spitting the water, putting the flowers, and he put all the meat in front of the God and started his puja. That traditional Orthodox intellectual guy, he was about to jump out and stop this guy. Suddenly he saw from that Shiva's one eye blood started coming. So this traditional guy got frightened. God, now I don't know what to do. Let me just see what will happen. I think now Shiva himself is going to punish this fellow. This guy will be punished by Shiva himself. Let me wait and see how Shiva punishes. When this hunter devotee, Kannappa, saw the blood coming, immediately he said, God, what has happened to your eyes? I should do something. He ran here and there to get some herbs to treat, but nothing worked. Then the devotee was hiding, that guy, the traditional old guy. He saw, oh, this fellow is not bad guy. He is trying to only cure. Let me just see what happens. He was hiding and just watching the whole fun, whole drama without coming out. This hunter devotee ran here and there, tried to collect some herbal medicines to heal Shiva's eyes. Nothing worked out. Then this devotee decided, I think first eye transplantation, eye surgery. He decided, I will give my eyes for Shiva. So he just removed one of his eyes and put at the spot of Shiva's eyes. first transplanting surgery. I don't know how many thousands of years ago. The story says that eye got healed, got cured. But the drama doesn't end there. Suddenly in the other eye also blood started coming. Now it is too much. This hunting devotee, actually the devotee is getting tested for his devotion. The devotee saw the blood coming in the other eye also. He decided, I'll give my other eye also. That traditional intellectual person who was standing, hiding behind the tree was shocked when he saw the power of devotion. But he did not come out. He was frozen in the fear, just hiding. This hunter devotee does not have much time to think, oh God, you are having pain, you are having bleeding, I should immediately help, do something. So he decided to remove the other eye also and put it. Then suddenly he remembered, if I remove my other eye also, I will not know where Shiva's eyes are there, the second eye, because I will become completely blind. So now itself I should mark where that Shiva's eyes are there, and then remove the other eye, replace it. The donor and the surgeon, both are same person. Not only is donating, he himself is doing the surgery also. So he put his hand and he started removing the eye, but he was not able to remove with one hand. So he has to use the arrow to remove his other eye. He needs two hands. So he put his feet on the second eye, Shiva's eye. Understand? He put his feet on Shiva's second eye, where that spot is there. And about to remove the second eye, Shiva appeared. The story says, Shiva appeared. My son, I have just tested your devotion. I have just tested your devotion. Whatever you did, if you see from the physical level, normal level, it is sacrilegious. Spitting water, putting the flower which was used, put in your head, and offering the meat which you tasted. Finally, above all, putting your feet on that God. But your devotion is so amazing, so great. Your devotion is such, from today you will be called as Kannappa, means father who gave me eyes. Understand? Only your father can give some part of your body. Only your father or mother can give some part of your body. At least in those days, when transplantation was not common. So Shiva says, you gave me eye. Because you gave me eye, I call you as my father. Because you gave, kan means in Tamil eye, you will be called as father who gave me the eyes. And the story says, that moment he became enlightened. That old guy who was hiding, he ran and fell at the feet of the hunter devotee and said, I have never seen this devotion. What you have done may be not according to the tradition, but even your devotion is beyond tradition. His devotion, feeling connected, opening up. Somehow he opened up to a statue, to an idol, just to one murti. And he felt Shiva is there. And he was running around like it is his responsibility to take care. his whole day, whole life, Shiva has become center. His whole being, he has become center. That is why he is able to go to the extreme of removing his both eyes, his two eyes. Feeling connected, opening yourself. Actually, if you open yourself to anything, that will become alive, because opening up is so powerful that will make you also alive. As I was telling you yesterday, whenever you feel life, energy in you, be very clear, you are opening up. That is the only thing which can bring energy and life to you. That is why when you are in love with somebody, you are so energetic, high, not after marriage. Not after marriage. Somebody asked, one son is asking father, "Father, how much it costs to get married?" Father said, "I don't know, because still I am paying for it." Son asked the father, "Father, in those days, ancient India, it seems that men will not know about women till they get married." Father says, "Not only in those days, ancient India, that anywhere, everywhere, men will not know about women till they get married." It's anywhere, my son, anywhere. When you are in love, your whole being is filled with energy, means you are open. When you open up, not only you make the other person, the object to which you open also becomes alive. When you open up, not only you, the object or the person to which you open up, that also becomes alive. That also becomes divine. Shiva is giving us a technique. Here, fortunately, still, if your sixth sense is not lost, means the ability to open up with some object or nature, if you have not lost that capacity, this technique is for you. Sometimes, very rarely, people escape the social conditioning. Genius is a person who escapes the social conditioning. Understand? Genius is a person who escapes social conditioning and maintains his high energy. Fortunately, if you are able to maintain, if you are able to keep your sixth sense alive, this technique is for you. Sometime, suddenly, for some reason, you fall in love with some object, some murti, some statue, with something, nature. You can try this technique if you are in love with something. The basic philosophy of the technique is, when you open up the whole thing, nature or the person or the object to which you open up becomes alive. Let me read the sutra once more. At the edge of a deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness happens. Understand? At the edge of the deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness happens. Means until your mind dissolves. You will be wondering, you will be in a wonder-filled mood only if your mind disappears. Other day I was telling, if you are in the wondering mood, you are in high energy. Somebody asked me the question, what is the wondering thing in the life? I tell them, life is the most wondering thing. The other guy asked, I am wondering about what to do with my life. I told him, wonder about life, then you have done what has to be done. If you are wondering about the life, you have achieved what has to be achieved. Nothing else is required. You don't have to wonder about what to do with the life. Just wonder about life, that's enough. One guy asked me, I am wondering why so much of suffering, am I on the right track? I said no. That is worrying up why so much of suffering, not wondering. That can't be called as wondering. Wondering means filled with joy and ecstasy, overflowing. Here Shiva is telling, at the edge of the deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness, you are filled with wonder, the mind disappears. Understand, it's a very powerful technique. This technique is used by Lord Su. Understand, this book is book of all books. One technique from this book can create one religion. This book is a book, it's a manual for all the prophets to create religions. Manual for all enlightened masters to create their own religions. This book should be called as How to Create Enlightenment Traditions. How to create enlightenment traditions. This is not just how to meditate. This book should be called as How to Create Enlightenment Traditions. This book must have been manual for all the great enlightened masters to create a new kind of a tradition. I am always afraid of these how-to books because they don't give you the truth completely, because they themselves don't know. I always tell people, read from the source, learn from the source. In the initial level, if you are inspired by some how-to books, that is okay, nothing wrong. But to grow further, go to the source. They are like signboards. These personality development programs, courses, books, all of them are signboards. Once you feel the taste with that things, then now it is time, turn towards the root. From the source, learning is little time-taking process, but you will learn authentically. Sometime in India I have seen the compounders, means the doctor's assistants, the nurses, they will start giving medicines if the doctor is not there. By being around the doctor for a few years continuously, they know for headache, black color tablet, for stomach pain, red color tablet, for knee pain, yellow color tablet, they know. Sometimes the medicine which you receive from nurse also may work, but it is not advisable to take medicines from nurse. Medicines from compounders who are not trained for it, who have not studied for it, because they don't know the science behind the medication. They know only the color matching. Same way, the so-called personality development authors and the programs and the guys, They also, sometimes they will give solution, it may work also. But that does not mean they know the whole science. Sometimes they will miss a vital point. Small story. One guy goes to a personality development guru and asks, I'm very bad with women, I'm 33, still single, please help me, give me some tips. That guy said, don't bother. Early morning when you come out of your bed, just stand in front of a mirror and tell yourself you are a funny guy, you are an attractive guy, you are an intelligent guy, you will attract people. Just tell this 10 times to yourself. All these kind of funny suggestions they will give. And somehow this guy, because he paid the money, he has to follow the suggestion. He went and did. After 3 weeks, he came with the same low mood, same face hanging long. To that self-development guru, that guy asked, what happened? Technique did not work. No, it worked amazing. For within a week, I have seen the best women all over, the best women in this city. I am just having party every day. Then why are you disturbed? Then what is your problem? No, now I don't have any problem, but my wife has. Understand? Sometime because within that 3 weeks he got married and now she is creating problem. Sometimes they will miss vital points. You should have advised him, don't get married. The vital point is not given. Remain as single as earlier. How you remained? Same way. You missed a single point, a single advice. Now the problem starts. Sometimes the self-development gurus also may miss a single vital point. Anyhow, this book must have been the how to create enlightened tradition, living stream of enlightened beings. Because Lord Tzu used this technique, and there are techniques which is used by Buddha, which is used by Jesus Christ, which is used by George Gurdjieff, and this book is 10,000 years old, so we can be sure this is a source book. This at least 10,000 years old, because the stone inscription of this book is at least 10,000 years old. Lord Tzu and his disciple Chuang Tzu, both of them were walking on a bridge, on a river. Suddenly Lord Tzu said, stop here. When river stops and bridge moves, come back and see me, and went away. These enlightened masters are very crazy. You don't know what they will do. Especially if you are in tune with them, if you are totally open, if you give them the confidence that you are ready to learn, they will teach in all crazy ways. But they will do it. That's one great thing about them. Both of them are walking in a forest on a bridge. Suddenly he stops. Hey, stand here. When river stops and bridge moves, come back and see me. Till then be here. And he went away, leaving him alone. Just understand, you are coming with me somewhere in a forest. Suddenly I tell you, stop here, stand here, and come back when the hill moves. What will you tell? Get lost. At least If you are intelligent, no, I don't want to send you alone, at least for your sake I should come. You will find some reason. But this Chang Tzu is a very dedicated disciple. The story says he made a small hut on that bridge and sat. He was sitting, gazing down the bridge, continuously looking, decided, till the river stops and bridge flows, I will not go from here. Understand? Till the river stops and bridge flows, I will not go from here. Decided, just to sit. And now, the physicists are saying, even the wall which is static here is not static. The electrons are moving. The high speed the electrons are moving. Einstein says if if two vehicles are moving at same speed, you can't even say that they are moving. In space, if two vehicles are moving at same speed, you can't say that they are moving. See, you feel that something is moving only when you see something else is static. If you are going in train, you feel the train is moving because trees are static. If you feel that trees are moving, you will feel that train is static. Sometimes the train is very silent, no sound, no jerk. Children, they start thinking the trees are moving. They ask you, Father, why the trees are running so fast? Something is running because something else is static. But everything is flowing, everything is moving in its own way. This guy decided to sit, watching. He experienced the oneness with the bridge. He saw the particles in the bridge is moving so fast, the river became static and the bridge is flowing. Understand? If you sit and meditate on this wall, you will realize this wall is not static. It is flowing. It is nothing but a frequency, vibration. Same way, when he decided to sit with the bridge, he experienced that bridge is nothing but a frequency. It is not a matter. It is not just a dead matter. It is a frequency, energy. Chang Tzu runs to the master. The moment Lord Tzu saw him, he said, enough, I am not interested in asking you what happened. I know it has happened. Because the bridge has become, I could see the intense frequency with which it is vibrating. So it is such an intense vibration, frequency. Bridge is flowing, river is static. It's nothing but the technique to fall in tune, opening up. Here, Mahadeva is giving at the edge of a deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness. You see, when you feel connected to a well, or when you are standing near a well, deep well, and looking into its depths, be very clear, make sure that well has got a wall, because the liability problem. The well has got a wall and you are safe. Just look steadily into its depths. When you are completely connected, lost in the depths of the well, you will understand the depths of your being also is opening up. Slowly it will open up till you feel that you are filled, wondrous. One more thing, if you are height phobic, if you have that fear of the height, You will feel frightened. First your fears will come out. Nothing wrong. You can go through the fears. If you really have too much of fear about the height, then this technique is not for you. If you have the ability to open up, this technique is for you. Just stand, look the depth. Actually, when you look at the depth, look down, you feel the fear because your Swadhisthana is awakened. Anything awakened Swadhisthana is filled with life. Understand? Whenever your Swadhisthana is awakened, anything which awakens your Swadhisthana is filled with life. The same thing which awakens your Swadhisthana can be used to go beyond the death, means achieving life. Life and death both are connected to Swadhisthana. Whether you are facing death or life, it will awaken. If you are feeling the fear, seeing the depth means the Swadhisthana is awakened. You can use the same possibility to awaken the life also in you. Go beyond death. Go beyond death. At the edge of a deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness, until you are filled with wondrousness, you achieve the no-mind state. If you don't have a well, you can use master's eyes as a substitute. Understand? Master's eyes is also deep, deeper than any ocean. Sometime, in those days during LBP, the sixth meditation, Anya meditation, I myself will sit and people will be allowed to gaze at my eyes. They feel, Swamiji, it is empty, nobody is there inside. I tell you, that is true, there is nobody inside. It is just moving. Because somebody is there in that body, it gives you the feeling there is somebody in this body also. If you realize that there is nobody in this body, you will realize there is nobody in that body also. There is nobody in this body. Empty chair. But if empty chair speaks to you, it will be difficult for you to sit and listen. Just imagine, the empty chair is there and sound is coming. So that is the reason I have to create a body. I have to use a body. Just like using this kerchief, I have to use the body. Because I am talking to human beings, I have to create a human body. You can use master's eyes. I think we have photographs. You can use the photograph of the master's eyes. Just sit with it and see the depth. Just look into that eyes. You will see the empty, intense energy, nothingness and everything. Purna and Shunya. Purna means everything, Shunya means nothingness. You will see both in that eyes. Both are one and the same. Beyond your frequency, you can call that as emptiness or everything, Purna or Shunya. You will experience that in the master's eyes also. If you have a well, use the well. If you don't have a well, it's okay. Get at least the photograph of the master. Sit with it. Decide till I am filled with a no-mind state, till I am filled with nothing or everything. Either I should be filled with nothing or I should be filling everything. till that happens, I won't move. Understand? This strong sankalpa, will, is also necessary. Buddha, when he sat, when he decided that he will not get up till he becomes enlightened, story says he became enlightened that moment. Itam asanam, in this seat, let my flesh dry, let my bones dry, let my body dry, let me die, but I will not move unless I become enlightened. This very strength, he became enlightened that moment. Same way, decide strongly. Unless I get at least one glimpse of that no-mind state, I will not get up from this meditation. If your mind knows that you will get up, mind will try to give suggestion. I think telephone is ringing. Please come, let's have breakfast, then we will continue the meditation. It is time to call your girlfriend. Later on we can do. It's time to call your boyfriend. Why not later on? You will find some reason. Your mind will find some reason to torture you. Tell you, get out. Mind is a very powerful, cunning enemy. He will take revenge. He will try his best to take revenge. He will not allow. Small story. One old farmer was dying, he's in the deathbed. He called his wife and said, please marry the neighbor after I die. Wife said, no, I can't marry after I lived with you. I can't marry anybody else. He said, no, you should marry him. She asked, why? Why you are forcing me? Because that fellow tortured me throughout my life. That fellow has cheated me in many ways. Your mind will find some reason to torture you, to threaten you. No, that's not life. Let you be very clear, that's not life. Decide very strongly, clearly, one sitting can transform your life. In the house, when you are alone, decide, I will not get up unless I get at least one glimpse. Sit with the well or with Master's eyes, which is far more deeper than any well. Look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness, the no-mind state happens to you. All you need to do, open yourself, be in tune, look into it, steadily, decide very clearly, I am going to do it. Mind will always postpone. I have seen people come and ask me, Swamiji, tomorrow 2 days workshop, shall I attend next weekend? I will come to Seattle. I tell them, you are seeing me now, there is an inspiration and mood. If you can't make it next week, if you can't make it this weekend, you think you will make it next weekend. By the time I will be in one corner of your memory. So naturally your mind, it's okay, all right. What am I going to do meditating and all unnecessarily? It's okay, I am already all right. I always tell people, don't postpone. Mind is such a cunning mechanism, no postponing. Do it now. Do it now, otherwise never. There is a beautiful story. In Mahabharata, there was a great king called Karna. He is well known for his charitable nature. One day an elderly priest came to him and asked for alms. This guy was applying oil with the left hand. In a golden cup, oil was there. He was applying. Just he took that cup and gave it away, that golden cup. But traditionally you are not supposed to do any charitable activity or giving anything with the left hand. The priest was offended. He said, how can you do this with the left hand? The Karna, the king says, please forgive me for doing something with the left hand, but I am afraid by the time I decide and move my right hand and pick it up, my mind may change. So I don't want to take that risk. It was in the left hand, I was applying the oil. Before the mind comes in, I want to finish the act. That's why I decided to give. Your mind is very cunning. It will always postpone. By the time I bring my right hand, my mind will say, wait, why unnecessarily this cup? We can give something else. Then, why so much of gold? Let us ask what is his problem and see. Whatever is necessary only, let's give that. Why unnecessarily giving too much? Your mind will play all its games and you are done. The whole giving process is corrupted now by your mind. Over. He says, before my mind interferes, I want to finish the act. So decide, till I achieve this wondrousness, I will not move from this state. Sit. Till I achieve at least one glimpse of that no-mind state, I will not move away. Decide that very clearly. This very strong will, you will achieve it. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss. Thank you.
Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva Samarambha Nithyanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyama Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV and Sarvanyapita Yajamans, Nitya Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Kotaris, Tanidas, everyone sitting with us all over the world through Facebook Live, YouTube Live, Nithyananda TV, two-way video conferencing. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Yes. With Mahadeva's grace, let's enter into the today's satsang. I'll answer some of your questions regarding Mahasadashivoham. Let's start.
The first question is, what kind of food will we be having during Mahasadashivoham?
Understand the principle of Aushadha. Let me explain. Your food creates certain thought currents in your system.
your food does big job on your mind. You can see. That is why before cup of coffee, how you feel, after cup of coffee, how you feel. See. A caffeine, cup of coffee changes the very quality of your awareness. And what do you want to do after a few minutes? Same way, when the hormones go up, how they show everything bright. When they go down, chemicals, when they go up and down, how they change the very thought current you are entertaining. It's almost like too many people are living inside your body. Listen. Food, whatever you take in, creates certain thought currents. So we can specifically plan the food and send all the best things and thought currents into your system. Understand? The thought currents which is very helpful, supportive for you to manifest your Mahasadashivatva is infused into you through certain food. That is what is actually Aushadha. You may think, oh, I am applying Aushadha only on the body. Don't think something applied on the body goes waste. No. Sometimes things applied on the body are more powerfully working on your system than what is taken orally. Because your skin absorbs, takes it to the core of your being. Your stomach can just push it out without taking it to the core of your being, some things. But your skin, anything it takes to the core of your being. Our ancient masters, Siddhas, they know the signs when they wanted to insert certain thought currents in you, which supports your Mahasadashivatva manifestation. They use specific herbs processed with the specific thought current, an enlightenment energy, and either through applying on the skin, various parts of body, or taking in, the whole transformation process, the spiritual alchemy is done. So understand, this time the whole Mahasadashivoham is about Aushadha, and the first level of the Amritatva Aushadha is ready. You are going to have it. First level is ready. You are going to have it. This whole Mahasadashivoham, the unique component is Aushadha. Understand? Every meal, snack, coffee, tea you are going to have in this Mahasadashivoham is going to be with Aushadha. Whole thing is going to be with Aushadha. Understand? I am taking the support from Ayurvedic doctors. Listen carefully. I am also taking the support and help of Ayurvedic physicians, field, the masters in the field. Of course, I am adding the spiritual component, spiritual energy, but I am taking the support to collect the herbs and organize the whole thing. We are on the spree of collecting the right herbs, medicines, siddha, plants, leaves, everything is completely vegetarian and herbal, natural, organically grown. We are on the spree of collecting everything and organizing. The work is going on in full speed. I'll give you the introduction of this whole glimpse of Amritattva Aushadha on December 3rd with a special one-day program. It's free for all. There is going to be a day program December 3rd, which is going to be Introduction to Amritattva Aushadha. I am also getting some of the top Ayurvedic physicians of India to come and explain to you all how the Ayurvedic diet we are going to use in this Mahasadashivoham is going to be helping you to restore the health at all levels. Then I will explain the Aushadha component of this whole Mahasadashivoham. Almost 40 different Aushadas are going to be used during the process, and around 60 different Aushadas are going to be used in your food. Totally, roughly, you may have 108 Aushadas. 108 Aushadas, and because I am opening up this whole science, whole ashram I am going to develop Aushadha garden. See, for example, the rice grown only in the Kaveri's sedimental plains as certain quality. Same way the wheat grown in Ganga's sedimental, where the sediments, the sand which she brings from Himalayas comes and settles, in that plains the wheat grows as a unique quality. When you make Aushadha, those specific herbs, grains, materials needed to be brought. So I am making garden with those specific sand itself. So the very quality will be maintained, and it can hold the energy and get programmed properly and transmit that enlightenment experience to you and make you manifest Mahasadashivatva. Micromanagement, attention to the details is Nithyananda brand. Whether it is ritual or spiritual. I do not know how many of you observed or understood. So as long as you are functioning in this relative existence, you have to live as per Agama. Whatever the procedure he created, meticulously it should be followed. Integrity to the procedure, to the details. God is in detail. This is the guarantee I am giving you. We will neither perish nor compromise. We will live and we will revive. There are some people who compromise for living. There are some people who neither live nor revive. We will neither compromise nor die. We will live and revive the Vedic tradition. The meticulous details. Hey, Mahadeva is not a fool to utter extra words. If he has used words to give a detailed instruction, he means it. You are nobody to compromise. You are nobody to take the essence of it. No. No Sara, but Uttama. I ban these words Vedanta and Agamanta in our Sangha everywhere. You can't use these words anywhere. You can use only the words like Veda Uttama, Agama Uttama. We don't believe in Sara, Anta, Sara, no. Don't even talk Vedanta Sara, Agamanta Sara, Veda Sara, Agama Sara, no. Vedottama, Agamottama. It's the best of the best of the best for which we are giving our life. Anything else is not worth of giving our life. Anything else is not worthy of giving our life. It's not Vedanta. It is Vedottama. We are the Sangha dedicated to Veda Uttama, Agama Uttama. Not Vedanta Sara or Agamanta Sara. The idea of essence and Anta itself is a mind which is tired and bored. It says, hey, too many things you are telling, it's okay, leave it. Just tell me the essence. No. The very idea, Vedanta Sara, Agamanta Sara, essence of Veda, essence of Agama, is from tired mind, frustrated mind, bored mind. No. We are fresh, young, eternally young. As Krishna declares, my devotees don't perish. Name bhakta pranashyati. He declares, I declare, my devotees don't get old. My devotees don't get aged. So, Vedottama Agamottama Sampradaya. I am Vedottama Agamottama Sampradaya. So understand, every meal you are going to have, every snack you are going to have, every cup of coffee you are going to have is with properly prepared, processed aushada, energy, alchemy process, meditative, herbal medicines. Just for the food, this time you can attend Mahasadashiva Home. Nothing else. Just eat and sleep in the hall. I'll make you manifest powers. You come, eat and have the snack, all the meal properly. Sit in the hall and even use your Facebook. I don't have a problem. I'll make you manifest powers. Earlier I used to tell you don't have to meditate but sit in the mandala. Now I don't even ask you that you need to be sitting in the mandala. You just lie down and be with your Facebook. That's okay. I'll make you manifest powers. Because this time I brought everything into the aushada and your food itself. It is just the processed spiritually. Because it is processed spiritually properly, it becomes alchemy product. Listen carefully. Almost, I can say, roughly 108 aushadas you are going to be using. 40 in the processes, another 60 in the food. There are few aushada you will neither be eating, orally taking in, nor be applying on the skin. You will be made to inhale, means in the, like a campfire, it will be added. So just by inhaling that smell, you will experience. So this December 3rd program will introduce you to Amritatva Aushada. Fundamentally, the preliminary level aushada is all about anti-aging, becoming young again. I know it is very difficult for you to... Anyhow, whatever I speak is always too good to be true, and then after I establish only it is... After I establish only you will even be able to grasp it. I am telling you. With this Amritatva aushada, your system, whole internal organs and intra-organs will be ready to receive any initiation. You will manifest it in one initiation. That preparation is what is going to happen with this Amritatva aushada, because all the impact of the time on your internal organ and intra-organ is going to be cleared. See, patterns, root pattern, incompletion, all nothing but impact of the time passed on your internal organ and intra-organ. Internal organ carries the impact from the birth. Intra-organ carries from the imprints of from the life. Listen. Your intestine, kidney, heart, liver, all these carries the incompletions, patterns you went through from the birth of your body, from the happening of your body. From the time your body has happened, whatever it went through, it is carrying. your intra-organs, Vak, Anahata, Anandagandha, Mooladhara, or third eye, Anya, Sahasrara, intra-organs carry the impression, samskaras, patterns, completion, incompletion, powers, powerlessness, everything from the time life has happened. Understand? From the time you happened, the intra-organs are carrying. From the time your body happened, internal organs are carrying. Clearing the impact of the time on your intra-organ and internal organ is the work of the Amritattva Aushadha. That is why I am saying I am the Guru of the elite. Even this introduction, only an elite person can understand. The so-called common man. He is busy with Bollywood, what can I do? But Bollywood is busy with me, what can I do? With whoever you are busy with, O common men, with whoever you are busy with, they are all busy with me. You don't know. That is the worst thing done to you. All those fellows who distract you from me, they are busy with me. They keep you away from me so that they can have time with me. Whether media house owners or celebrities, fundamentally media abuses me. Fundamentally, the impact of the past on your internal organs and intra-organs will be cleared through this Aushadha. Name bhaktanam jara bhavati. My devotees don't age. I'll establish this more with the science, medical trials and everything. Then you will understand. Then you will understand. Why should the program happen in Bengaluru? Adinam, understand. Too much of Aushadha preparation and management, organizing is going on. Everything we can do only in our campus where things can be grown, processed, managed, whole infrastructure is available. That is why Bengaluru Adinam. We already received the Rajita Murti, which is going to be filled with energy, Aushadha. Actually, I am making this Murti in such a way, any new initiations I am going to be giving after the Mahasadashivaham, 2018, you will be receiving it just through this deity. It's like how through television you see me, like this through this deity, live initiation transmitter. This deity will act as a live initiation transmitter. I I think what I'm saying has become already too good to be true, so you cannot grasp. You just have to digest. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. So you can neither deny me as lie and nor completely understand. It's all true. It's like you have taken too much bite and trying to chew. Almost like next 2000 years, humanity is going to be only chewing about me. It will take at least 2000 years for the humanity to completely chew and digest me. You will see what I brought to the world, what I am sharing with you all. At least next 2000 years, there will be no need for a next incarnation to happen. I brought and shared so much stuff with you all from the Kailasa. You may not need next incarnation for at least 2000 more years. I brought enough stuff. You just need to chew, understand, internalize. Too many things are getting ready, getting prepared. So let's enter into today's initiation. By the time the Murti which is going to be Rajita Murti, which is going to be given to you, which is going to be the live initiation transmitter. Will be here. Then I'll show them to you. Let's start the initiation. Sit straight. Close your eyes. Om Nithyananda Maha Sadashivoham. Om Nithyananda Maha Sadashivoham. Kundalini, wake up in everyone and express the power of reading the mind, your own and others' minds, and the power of length, breadth, depth, and Anandagandha healing and ability to scan the body all at once intensely. Shiva. Om Nithyananda Mahasada Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Mahasada Shivoham. So here I have the Rajita Murti made out of pure silver, which is going to be filled with various spiritual alchemy products like Aushadha, Jnananjana, and mandalas, yantras. This will literally act as a living Mahasada and it will literally be radiating the living Mahasada energy. You can see the close-up. It will act as a live initiation transmitter. After the Mahasadashivoham, I will continue to be giving many more initiations. All that you can literally receive from this deity. So it's almost like having physical presence of the Master incarnation. You can see all the sights, and it is done very, actually scientifically it is done. The measurements, everything was taken very scientifically, and they have done it. Wonderful job. They have done a wonderful job. Yes. Welcome to Mahasadashivoham to receive your own Atmamurti. Yes. So with this, we will start now the power manifestation and the casting. I'll just finish the whole thing in 2-3 statements. You are a hardware, this body, and thus there is a software, the programming which operates this body. There is an electricity connection. Now, the software with which you were operating and the electricity, these two is completely screwed up. That is when the hardware also started getting destroyed. I am doing 2 things. One, again and again putting the powerful software. See, every powerful cognition I am giving you. When I say this static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence is one and the same. And immediately, till you get into your old stupid screwed software, you will not have doubt. For a few minutes, because of my face value, I think this fellow must be telling only for my good. Some reason, it will be there as alive memory. Those few minutes when you decide to use that as your software, my superconsciousness, my electricity connects with you. Not the regular electricity with which you are working, bioenergy. No, Sadashiva's bioenergy, who gave me the experience and authority to transmit this experience. His bioenergy just enters into you. Once you start seeing that moving, you will feel, oh God, I think this fellow is right. Once 21 times you move, then this software cannot be taken out of your software. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? Understand? That's all is the whole game. It's all, see, the whole program is nothing but, I want to give you some 60-70 powerful cognitions. You are the consciousness, you cannot be killed. See, all the books Hinduism has 2 crore source books. All of you need to know. Hinduism has 2 crore source books. Hinduism has 2 crore source books. The whole 2 crore source book. And we have more than 1 crore temples. And almost billion followers. And at least I can say 10 million enlightened beings have lived on the planet Earth because of Hinduism. People who become enlightened because of Hinduism. And the chain is still alive, a living stream of Hinduism. Essence of all this is the 70 powerful cognitions. That's all. Once the 70 powerful cognition starts operating in you, you are the consciousness. These are all the side effects of the remaining. Listen carefully. When you understand you are the consciousness and you declare that as your powerful cognition, hey, I am the consciousness. So, my ups, downs, mood swings, ideas, identities, which comes and goes, none of this can be my real cognition. As a side effect, many of the disturbed, screwed up software stops working. Means they all get slowly deleted. The whole Hinduism or the spiritual science in the world is this only. 60 to 70 roughly powerful cognitions should manifest in you as powers, not just intellectually. If you just get intellectually, you will never believe. It is like a working on the mind. Working on the mind is equivalent to trying to change your spouse. Try. Working on the mind is waste of time. I am telling you. If you have been working on mind, or gurus who are teaching you to work on your mind and you are doing that, please be informed, you will end up only in frustration. I have seen enough of fellows working on mind. I have seen enough of fellows working on the mind. It's a failure. Be very clear. Because mind is non-existent screenplay of the hormones and chemicals in the body. Understand, when Buddha says nothing exists, he talks about mind only, not about the consciousness. One young brahmachari goes to a very senior 90-year-old monk and asks, "Oh Swami, how long it takes to control the mind?" He says, "I do not know how long, but till 90 it doesn't happen." I am telling you, if you are working on Vedanta, if you are working on mind, that is what is the truth. See, Hinduism has only two traditions. Only two traditions. One works on consciousness, another one works on body. That's all. We never worked on mind because we know from the beginning it doesn't exist. Work on biology. Allow the superconsciousness to give a breakthrough. People ask me many times, "Oh Swamiji, in other ashrams, in other organizations, in other systems, we work for 5 years, 6 years to have a small experience. How come we are manifesting powers here? Is it all magic or is it really real? If you are working in the wrong direction, why will you not waste your life?" All working on mind is working on wrong direction. It's like you can go to Bangalore this way or this way. If you go this way, you will come after 25 years, rounding the whole earth. If you go this way, you will come in 25 minutes. That's all. Working on the mind is going this way. Working on the body is the real thing. Now, even when I give you powerful cognitions, I am not working on your mind. I am working on your consciousness. I am educating your consciousness. That's the right word. I am just making you ferocious. Making you understand the mind is the chain. One beautiful thing, if you start tasting freedom of one powerful cognition in reality, like a few powers, suddenly the taste for that powers makes you ferocious. And you start breaking the patterns. You even start forgetting you had addictions. Sometimes not only you walk out of addictions, you forget you had addictions. you had those problems. So the whole gist is, again and again inserting powerful cognitions. Even while you are dealing in your day-to-day life, before dealing it, insert a powerful cognition. I am consciousness. I have a superiority over everything exists around me. Everything exists around me is my decision. It is not arrogance. Please understand, it's not arrogance. It's not arrogance. Insert that software and bring oneness. And I am giving you this consciousness, this cognition. If you do something right or wrong and all that, I am responsible, don't worry. You just go ahead. I am responsible. Start rolling your inner space with powerful cognitions. Once the power manifestation becomes like a lifestyle, like a flow of your very being, the kind of an inner image you will start cherishing, you will actually bless yourself. You will feel so happy to live in your body. You will feel so happy to live with you. You will feel so blessed to be who you are. End of the day, that is the result I wanted. Not just, see, all these are great, no doubt. But end result is that only. You feeling blessed with yourself. It's powerful cognitions, that's a result. Power manifestation is a side effect. Power manifestation is a side effect of powerful cognitions. That's all is the essence of the whole program. The essence of what I am doing, I have spoken.
ஜன்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் ஜன்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டே மலை போல் வரும் துயர் யாவையும் நொடிப்போதினில் பொடியாக்கிட புயலாய் வருவான், துணையென வருவான். ஜன்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான். கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான், தலை தூக்கிடும் கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான். பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான், தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான், தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். ஜன்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான். பகை கொண்டு என்னை தாக்கும் வீணத்தமை கடும் சினம் சூததுவும் அறியாதொரு மழலை மொழி பேசி எந்தன் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான். நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான். எந்தன் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான். நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான் வந்து உதித்தான். அவன் கருணை மழையில் நாமும் இரையாய் மாறக்கூடும். சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் வந்து உதித்தான். தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் வந்து உதித்தான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் வந்து உதித்தான். காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டே மகிழ்வு கொண்டே. மலை போல் வரும் துயர் யாவையும் நொடிப்போதினில் பொடியாக்கிட புயலாய் வருவான் துணையென வருவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான் வந்து உதித்தான். கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான். தலை தூக்கிடும் கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான். பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் வந்து உதித்தான். எந்தன் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான். நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான். எந்தன் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான். நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான் வந்து உதித்தான். சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான், சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான், அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ